Hello, 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 hello. It's me again, RHJunior, going live, recuperating. Spent yesterday sort of uh, uh, was not a good day yesterday. Just felt like crap. Okay, I've got a few things I'd like to try to do today. I don't know how long I'm going to be online, but I'd like to try a few things, do a few things different, try and make this a more interesting show for everybody. Do some interesting things. Going to be doing my regular drawing, artwork, and such. There's a new nip and tuck up for those who don't know. Uh, Zippity doo dah, hurrah, hurrah, huzzah, huzzah! I'm sure you're exhilarated. Okay, now I wanted to take a shot at doing a let's play video, but seeing as we haven't got anybody in channel yet, nobody's watching. In other words, so hold off on that for a little bit. I'll work on other things here. Open. Let's see what else needs worked on. What else needs worked on? Okay. Don't know if I should add anything. I'm trying to think, but nothing's happening. Junk in the keyboard. Let's see here. Okay, merging. Okay, what I'm doing here, I'm just putting the last of the text here. Let me change this over so you can see what I've done. Little commission, short one, one color commission strip. Is this? I'm having trouble making fluffy bubbles. Ouch! Ow! 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 Darn. Thought balloon tail. With the tail rounded, how to bend. More. Well, that's no good. Not too many options on the thought bubbles. Oh well. Let's see. Shapes. Oops. Hardship. Hardship. Mail delivery. Okay, I've got to get a handwritten thingamajiggy to apply for hardship. I mean, great. So, yeah. I've got to submit a handwritten letter from my doctor and a handwritten letter from myself in order to get them to deliver mail at my front darn door. Ain't that nice? Oh well. Just got to sit down and get hardship. Hello, is anybody out there? Anybody just sing out, say your name. Hello. Okay, got two people watching. One of them I think is me. Okay, interesting quotes from yesterday. NetFox talking about, NetFox managed to get on my last nerve by complaining uh, about Zelda again. He doesn't like her. He doesn't like her because he thinks she's too mean to people like Gilly and Gus Guthrie uh, and he also made the point that Gilly is a poor put upon schmuck who has sympathy because of how he won't ever win. I've been thinking about that. Gilly. Yeah, he's sympathetic because he's a 100% loser. Nothing ever quite works out for him. He's the butt monkey. Things always go wrong for him. Uh, I've been thinking about this. I got to point out there is a reason. There's a pretty darn good reason that nothing ever goes right for Gilly. And I'm not talking, just because he's stupid. No, which is, supposed to be truth. He's a unrepentant liberal in the middle of red state territory, and he clings to things. He clings to liberal shibboleths like a drowning man to a rubber tube from the Titanic. But there's a meta reason that he does not ever win. It comes down to the same reason that the Roadrunner is never caught by the Coyote. It's the reason that the Coyote never catches the Roadrunner. The reason Tom never catches Jerry. The reason that Elmer Fudd never actually manages to hunt his wabbit. Because if he succeeded, it would be a disaster. Oh, and welcome. We got somebody just came in. We've got Gemma Kanuma. It's the Jam. That name, Gemma Kanumbihi. Jungle drum. No, I'm sorry. That's the thing that comes to mind when I read a name like that, and I am only arbitrarily apologetic for that. But okay, let's see. And Booger is here. Booger. I'm still gonna. I I don't know why I make things so hard for myself sometimes. I swear I don't. Because it's just a matter of filling out paperwork. Technically, all the things that the things that apply for these different things, just filling out paperwork. But technically, running the Boston Marathon consists of just going from point A to point B. So, uh, I've got a bunch of things. A bunch of things. Why haven't you applied? Why don't you apply for this? Why don't you apply for that? You could get this sort of assistance. I never heard of it before. You only just now telling me about it. And why haven't you filled out for this? Well, for one thing, I was always raised to not depend on constantly running to the government for everything. Uh, I'm not. I was not only not trained in it. I was not raised to think like that, and I'm also not in practice at it. All right, but okay. Getting back to the point I was making, I'm wandering off. Now, I'm looking for something. Aha, here we go. Now, Gilly Gopher, he is a liberal. He is a leftist. If Gilly Gopher won, if he ever won, if he ever had a triumph, it would be bad news for everyone. Think about it. For Gilly Gopher to win would be the same as, on a smaller scale as having Bernie Sanders win the presidency. You get what I'm saying here? Liberalism is not the victim here. Liberalism is the wily coyote of this scenario. Liberalism is the villain. Liberalism, progressivism, these are things that cause misery. And for Gilly Gopher to have a happy ending means everybody else gets an unhappy one. So no, Gilly Gopher is never going to succeed at anything. Unlike in the real world, where any liberal idiot can go out, throw a tantrum, and get society to turn itself inside out to appease him. I want you to picture what the world would be like if for instance the feminists, if the militant, if Hortense and her friend the shrew got their way. Living in Malarkey County would be a hellhole. Gilly is more broad spectrum. But every misery in the United States is every misery we're suffering in the United States is directly attributable to liberals and them constantly forcing through their agenda upon the rest of us. Gilly is probably the only liberal uh, in or out of fiction who isn't getting his way. And ironically, human beings being gullible schmucks that we are, we pity. We have pity for people and for causes that do not deserve our pity. Now, I could make Gilly a much less sympathetic character very easily by letting him get his way. Uh, In fact, many of the other characters that the villains I've had in these pieces are basically cut from the same cloth as Gilly. They've just gotten their way more often. You remember the Snotworthy Estates Homeowners Association from Goblin Hollow that were trying to make that were trying to make Ben and Lily's lives miserable by obstructing their efforts to renovate their arcade. Do you remember that? Listen, there is, homeowners associations are textbook socialism. They're collectivism, socialism, Marxism, collectivism, any other ism you care to name. The assumption that they have the right to tell somebody else what they can and cannot do with their own property. And that they can tyrannize those people with impunity. That's socialism right there. That is textbook leftism. But because that they look like wealthy, prosperous people, most people didn't associate, most of the readers, I assume, didn't mentally associate the collectivists in the group with, they did not associate the Snotworthy Estates with the typical leftists, even though the Democrat Party is a party of spoiled, self-indulgent millionaires. Trust fund babies and inherited, old money. That's what makes up the majority of the Democrat leadership. I am the one. I am the 99%. No, you're not. If the environmentalist hippy dippy stoner trippy environmentalists in Nip and Tuck had gotten their way, uh, there would be no Malarkey County because all the farms would have died out. The EPA would have ripped them a new one, and that would have been the end of it. It would have gone the way of the Klamath Basin. So no, Gilly Gopher is never going to win, get his way. Gilly Gopher is never going to be a winner. And quite frankly, in real life, somebody like Gilly Gopher pretty much guarantees that they're never going to be happy. They're never happy. Liberals are never happy anyway, unless they're just crapping on somebody else's life. Now, excuse me. Gonna go ahead and post this new strip. I may have to renumber. Let's see here. Let me think. Oh no, actually I can't. I'll have to wait after I get these other strips done. Oh, but let's see here. File, say as PNG. There we go. Why isn't it showing the... darn it. I keep forgetting I changed it back over to this. Okay, let's see here. It doesn't show the frame. Just file, you know. Drawn here, drawn there, drawn everywhere. Uh, Goodness. Let's see, where's the thingamajiggy with the turn and the flip and the flip dead fluid with flow joy? Here we go. I wish somebody had bothered to tell me when I was a kid, just to educate me. Nobody seemed to bother to educate me on how much of being an adult just revolved around paperwork. I mean, really. I mean, having to go, Mother May I, every 5 minutes with the government. Uh, you know, not just bills and taxes. I mean, all these things, all these different bills and legislation and litigation and filing forms and triplicates and application for this and resolutions for that and balancing this and paperwork for that and and every year it seems like there's a dozen more. No, they don't teach you about any of this in school. They don't teach you how to balance a checkbook. This should be, home economics. Should probably be an entire career course. I mean, home economics. Great. I can make Rice Krispie snacks from a recipe. Thank you. Great, fabulous. Now, could you teach me how to balance a household budget? Could you show me how to do paperwork, how to file things and organize, and show me how to uh, uh, apply for all these things? I mean, that you remember the Ask Lesko guy? The guy with the dollar bills all over his suit, who was selling this. He made he made his fortune selling a book that there was nothing in the book except a list of all the different government programs and grants and loans and organizations and assistances and everything that I could file for. Just that. I found one of those at the library. I found one at a library one. It was the size of a New York phone book. Now, this is the reason so much government, know, this is the reason the government can throw around billions of dollars, throw money everywhere, and none of us seem to get any of it. The Lesko guy, he worked in an office. His entire job was to file uh, financial aid requests, all these things that were supposed to help the people, and he worked for a corporation, and his job was to fill out applications for these grants and loans and crap for his company. That's it. His corporation was going around with a tin cup in hand, basically going from uh, uh, application to application, everything that applied to them, and there you had it. I went out and I was bounced out into the cold cruel world. I didn't even know that half the things I didn't even know some of these things existed, and I live in constant awareness that I have no idea how to figure these things out. I have no idea. I have only vague inklings of how most of our government and most of our economy works. Uh, the we are we are people most miserable. We are a nation of uh, paper stuffers. We don't have a civilization. We have a filing cabinet. And most of our society is run as if the rest, all of us could die in an atomic apocalypse. But oh my God, thank heavens they preserved the vertical files. They'll be, they'll be keeping up regularly updated and carefully collated paperwork on cities that have been blasted into atomic ash 1,000 years from now. The laws that govern the state-to-state sale of cabbages would fill a bookshelf. Literally, something like, I think the last count was like 1,500 different laws governing the state-to-state sale of cabbages. We there are so many laws, nobody knows what's legal or illegal anymore. There are so many procedures, proper procedures, so much. Our civilization, what there little there is of it, uh, is surrounded by a monolithic maze of paperwork. And the thing of it is, half of the problem is that you try to do anything, and there's all this paperwork in the way. And the other half of it is you have no possible way of knowing what your alternatives are. There's all sorts of opportunities. I'm sure there's probably something out there, or like you fill out a form and you get registered as like I don't know, government web cartoonist, and they pay you in whiskey and hookers for just about every kind of crazy uh, promo and benefit out there, but Joe Average would never know about it because he's lost in the labyrinth. I remember this one. The Gru. I don't know if you've ever read it. It's a comic book called Gru the Wanderer. Groo. Sergio Aragones wrote and drew it. Guy, cartoonist from Man Magazine, and Gru the Wanderer. He's basically Conan the Barbarian as a complete idiot. But they had one episode that he comes across this town. He's a wandering hero, and he comes across this town, and the people there, they're suffering a drought, even though they live right next to a river. And what it turns out is that the big city upriver has dammed up the river and is using up all the water and is diverting it all away from them. And he goes up there and he goes to help them. He says, "I shall fix this," and he goes up there, and they are using all this water just for fountains of all things. Just one of the fountains that these people were decorating the city interior with would have kept that community in. They were basically strangling these poor people who didn't even know it. And he goes to attack the city, and they inform, and he charges forth and gives his ultimatum. Give them back their water, or I shall. And they go and they proceed to hand him paperwork. And he's like, what? And he starts, fine. He fills it out, and he goes from office, and they lead him from office to office to office, doing the paper chase. And the further he goes, the more complicated and the higher the stacks of paper around him get. He finally gets. He's like, Gru can fight armies, Gru can fight monsters, but Gru cannot fight this. And he loses it, and he pulls out his sword and just starts hacking everything in his path to bits. Finally gets a bureaucrat at sword point and forces them to march down to the dam and open the floodgates. Of course, the people downstream, they get more water than they ever expected. And when he gets down there, and they thank him for it, and they say, and they're all standing around, well, we're going, and they start listing off all the different bureaucrats and officials and offices they're going to need to manage all this water. But anyway, I feel like there's so many, it's just, I can relate. I can't begin to describe how vexing it is. I can't, because every time somebody tries to help me out, you know how most people help me out. There's this government program you can apply for. And I spend a good amount of time online looking for forms and applications and stuff, and usually I can't find them. Oh, you can get all sorts of, if you're willing to tromp down to their offices and wade through mountains of paperwork and listen to all sorts of arbitrary definitions, and you better hope that you fall into category A, C, or D, or you're going to start all over from the beginning. Bartles and James, they were not the original wine cooler. There was another company, California Coolers. California Coolers, they were literally starting out of the garage. They were a couple of guys. They had come up with a light alcoholic beverage, a fruit cooler. This was back in the 90s and the 80s. Light, it was lower alcohol, but it was a tasty mixed drink. And they said, oh, we could market this. And they started to go into business. And they could not get a license. They could not get an alcohol license. They had everything else. They had all their ducks lined up in a row. But they couldn't get the license. Why? Because the wine coolers they were making, the alcohol level was too high to be a beer, but it was too low to be a wine. And since the California government did not have licensing for that particular category of alcoholic beverage at that time, they couldn't do anything. They had to go round robin over and over. With bureaucrats, and any bureaucracy suffers from the Peter Principle. For those of you who want to know what the Peter Principle is basically the idea that in any hierarchy, people tend to get promoted to their level of incompetence. Now, some people say that the theory was developed tongue in cheek, and I'm like, no, it's dead serious. Basically, what it means is you take somebody, and they go up through the hierarchy. How do you promote? You generally promote from within, if you're smart, or if you're relatively sensible at least. So you take somebody. For instance, you run a automotive shop, right? And one of your mechanics does really, really well. He does a great job. And so you promote him uh, to floor supervisor. And he is promptly in a position where he is incompetent. You see, because what the things that made him a great mechanic make him a terrible supervisor. Rather than leaving the floor mechanic, the mechanics on the floor to do their job, he's and taking care of all the bigger picture like he's supposed to. He's constantly under the hood with one of the other mechanics, and constantly leaving the other paperwork all the stuff he's supposed to do to somebody else. A good classroom teacher makes a terrible principal. Same idea. Uh, but either way, you get somebody, you take somebody and move them up through the hierarchy. They eventually reach a point where they do the job. They never do it well enough to justify them getting another promotion or raise or anything ever again. They're stuck there. But they're never bad enough to justify firing them. But they're never able to do the job well. Their efficiency and effectiveness just not only tables, it falls downward a measure and then gets stuck down there. But all hierarchies work under the premise that a good pawn makes a great king. You got many of these people in the top area. Back in the day, they used to tell I started out in the mailroom, and I made it. I worked hard. I got all the way to the top, and I'm like, congratulations, you wasted your life. You wasted years or even decades doing jobs you were less suited at before you got, you're very fortunate that you did not pass your threshold of competence. Because most people don't stop climbing the ladder when they reach their ideal circumstances, where their skills and talent match the challenges of the job. They get in over their heads. And when they do that, generally this is the reason that hierarchies and bureaucracies are so rule obsessed. Fill out forms A, B, C, and X, and then step to window number 23 and take a number. And and no matter the situation, the people are left. They reach a point where they are not fully they are not as good at their current job as they were just one level before. So they rely on the text rules of the company, the rule book. They do everything by the book, or just enough by the book to get by. The rules, instead of facilitating effective functioning, become a shield against personal accountability. Well, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. The company rules say. Even when it's something as simple as crossing the room and picking up a form or a file off a table in another work area, they can't do that. The way bureaucracies are run through most of the world, they inhibit personal rights and independence. Because the only way they can function is, the only way somebody who's stuck on the Peter Principle treadmill can continue to function without throwing themselves out of a 20-story window. Okay, I just received. Oh, where did I put the box? I wish my camera was working. I could show you. Daniel Meyer. I received that box of DVDs and little DVD envelopes. Yay! Thank you so much. It's so very nice. Now I can bring this DVDs. They're not very expensive, but it's the donation is very appreciated, and I'll just be able to run those off and send them out. Yay! But I also got he apparently Daniel Meyer's wife, they used one of the pictures I drew for them for their Christmas cards. I got my Christmas card from them today. A little late, but the way the weather's been and the mail's been. Not surprising, really. It's always nice to get a little late surprise. I'm like, oh, this is nice. A little glossy card and everything. Let's see here. Ow. Uh, yeah, the DVDs are for sale. Got the DVD in 2016. Basically, it's going to be the complete archives of everything. Uh, Available for sale. 19.99 plus $2 shipping and handling. Figure $2 will cover the postage. But ouch. I'm trying to think what else. As always, I brought the Cameo commission back. You can commission, as you can see, I'm working on one right now. And $40 for a a color strip appearance by your character, or $100 for a 5-strip black and white appearance. Ouch. Leg's giving me witches and twinges. Trying to remember how much is taken. Aspirin. let's see, what have I got here? And of course, got the regular full color size commissions that are, that you're seeing play right now. Those are $40 full color. Price dependent on how many characters are appearing in them. I will be right back. Hold on. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that the microphone was off. I have trouble with that. Now, yeah, I got the DVDs, Daniel. Thank you very much. Start burning those up tomorrow. And I also got your Christmas card, which was very nice. And I'm not just saying that because it was my artwork on the cover. Very nice Christmas card. It's looking, glossy and everything, and looks very nice. Thank you. And yeah, what was I thinking? Oh, I was saying earlier into a dead microphone. Just a second. I've learned the secret of cooking brisket, boiling it in a crock pot. It's tender, falling apart on the fork, literally. Whew. I need to get a different barbecue sauce. This is almost too hot, too spicy, too much pepper, not enough. So I like sweet barbecue sauce. I'm not really big on hot barbecue sauce. When I want barbecue, I think sweet. When I want hot, I think hot. You know, you know. I think like chili and sriracha sauce for hot stuff. But but what I was saying earlier is I would like to try doing a let's play segment. Play a couple of ranked various different games on a show. Give somebody a look at it. Mm. I'm eating a lot of that brisket I bought. You remember the shoe leather I told you about? Figured out finally got smart and took the last chunks of it and tossed it in a crock pot. Num num num. Let it cook all day. It is tender. I tried everything else. I'm a kind of guy. If he gets meat, he wants it cooked on a grill, on a steak. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. But you take a brisket. Brisket's cheap cut meat mostly, usually, sometimes. If they got cheap brisket, grab it and boil it, basically. Or throw in some taters if I had any. I have such bad luck buying taters. Somehow I managed to ruin them. I made the mistake of leaving a bag of potatoes overnight in the car in freezing weather. I realized they'd frozen and defrosted. And so next thing I know, I got a bag full of rotten potato mush. I've had it happen to me twice. I had kept a bag of potatoes. Oh, these will go a long way. And I come and it was black ooze dripping. I put the bag on top of the fridge and I come back and there's this black gunk, black ooze dripping down my fridge. Where the potatoes just exploded into rot. I mean, my family, we buy a bag of potatoes and that sucker would last. We just stick it in a potato, and it wouldn't go bad. It just there. But me, I buy potatoes and it's like, they have the fainting vapors or something, and just or the timer goes off or something. You know. Mm. I would have eaten a lot better if I just started crock potting this meat when I first got it. Now, like I was saying, I'd like to do a Let's Play segment. I think for the Let's Play segment, hold on a second, I'm turning off the rain sounds and a few other things here. Pile of videos here. For some reason, my video keeps freezing in YouTube. Well, I think for starters, let me save what I've done for. Okay, 966. Okay, what we're going to do, I'm going to play, I'm going to do the opening. We're going to be sticking mostly to freeware games and cheap games and things like that, but, you get the idea. Okay, what else was I needing to, oh yes, camera switch over. I can't get this thing to, so I can't get it to open, I've already done Undertale. Today, do a, no, Arc isn't the right one. Arc isn't the right, yeah, it is the right one. A little game called Champions Online. Champions Online is free to play. Silver account, it's free to play. Pretty much all the content is available. So it's not paid in. It's available in Arc Games. Now you get the free game is Champions Online free for all. I'm trying to find my games. Here we go. I've got two games here on Torchlight and Champions Online. Now, I'm tempted to skip to Torchlight, but we'll save Torchlight for next time. But this is Champions Online. It's kind of it kind of puts heavy demands on your computer. It's the guys that created it weren't exactly well. I'm no programmer, but from my experience and from what I've seen and from how the game runs, it looks like whenever they were given an optional, an easy, more compact and simple way to do something and a more complicated and memory expensive way to do it, guess which one they chose? Now, I haven't played this one in a while. Freeware or otherwise. But I've already maxed. I had a couple of characters that I already maxed out and kind of lost interest for a while. I have to say this though. I've played. Ah! The audience is now deaf. All right. I've got several characters. Now, you have two options. You can play the silver level, which has certain preset archetypes. Or if you have a paid account, which is gold, you can customize and mix and match the different power sets. You know, make a really unique superhero. Well, I'll show you in a second here. Excuse me. Definitely too much spice in that sauce. I probably should have checked the label a little closer. Love meat and barbecue. Now, let's start with a creator. Let's see it. Let me make sure that you're seeing this. Okay. Now, hold on. Yeah, it's a little slow right now. As you can see, it's very graphics intensive. Okay, I may just let me back up. I'm going to turn down the graphics as just about as low as I can get them. Video, display mode, Windows, brightness, audio, vertical sync, performance, none, dynamic lighting off, low. World texture quality, drop it down to 50. I'm gonna drop it down here. Just like I said, this game is a memory hog. So you better have yourself a good graphics card. I don't. I have a fairly middle road one, I think. High detail objects off. Max physical debris. Okay. Visual effects quality low. Well, probably better make it medium. Some of the special effects, if you put them on low, some of the special effects won't show at all, which is kind of cheap. Let's see, screen space. Off, off, off. Oh, beg pardon. You can do everything. Reduce the frame. I'm reducing the frame rate even. I really don't. I hate it when. Okay, let's create. Okay, as you can see, there are various archetypes that you can light up. Okay, this one, you can be a robot. You can be a. You can see, just several of them are blanked out. There's ranged, tank, melee, hybrid, and support. Your basic breakdown of different roles in the game. And then their custom archetype, which lets you mix and match the powers from any of these. But since this is a free game, we'll go with the basic. Let's go with tank. The behemoth, the tank. When you play on silver level and to use one of these archetypes, preset archetypes, your power progression is straightforward. As you level up, you get different power choices. Okay, let's make this guy look good here. Let's see here. The character creation is incredible on this thing. You can put also, different kinds of animal heads on the guy. Okay, I'm gonna do my favorite, my personal favorite here. They got 3 or 4 different werewolf heads. You can change what their skin color, everything. This is gonna be complicated. Let's now there's armor and there's changes pose. There are sliders for adjusting his physical size and shape. But, let's see. Bestial. Heads and hairs. We'll make him human. Hairstyle A. Oh, they've got mixes and matches now. You can add 2 different hairstyles together. Interesting. That's a new thing. Like look at it. This is just the hairstyles. Look at this list. You could spend an hour just designing your character in here. That's the thing. You can spend hours on this. Getting the look just right. You can add 2, and yeah, you can add 2 different hairstyles together. Comb over. Let's go with the crow's peak. Straightforward superhero look here. There's his face. Look at that. I mean, you can even pick out his eyebrows. Look at that. Accessory. There are about 1,000 different kinds of masks. I mean, you can customize the absolute utter crap out of this thing. Oh. Formal mask for the opera. Glasses. Clark Kent? I don't know. Several different kinds of goggles. I use semi-transparent goggles. Riot face mask. Let's not waste too much time on this here. Give him some... you can even make his... Look at it. Look at this. Make his visor glow. There's some parts that have glowing parts, and you could literally spend all day on this, on just the character design. But I'll try and keep it simple here. Accessory. Yeah, I'm just looking for a basic mask. Show that. Interesting. Now, we associate, our in our culture, we associate green, especially this particular shade of green, with toxins and radioactivity. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Okay. Let's see, skins, glowing tights. Well, they're getting all sorts of shiny toys out here, aren't they? Glowing tights. Here we go. We'll call him Toxic Man. I just leave him green there. Glow tights. Several different patterns. Look at that. Like I said, you could literally spend all day just on the neck. course, getting it just you. Okay, I'm getting distracted here. I'm just none. There's all sorts of emblem choices and shoulders. Let's see, shoulders. There's armor. There's bat wings. There's fur. There's okay back. There's samurai armor. There's weapons. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see, arm accessories. So you can make the material cloth, metal. There's all sorts of ridiculous costumes in here. You can dress your character look up like a dandelion. I'm not kidding you. There's hip slayer, like accessories, feet. You can have all sorts of. They got, they've even got dog legs, with the backwards bending legs, dual claws, and okay. Or the glow tight too. We'll just go with the whole glow tight thing. There's probably some quick shortcut for, whole costume all at once. Let's see, hands. Let's see, do they have short glove? Glow tight, yes they do. There we go. That's easier. And there he is. Okay, let's call that quits. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Next, let's call him Captain Radon. Okay. Okay, okay, you can skip the tutorial, obviously, but we'll play the tutorial. Now, this is a tank. It's just brute force, muscle, and all that. So,
press W to move forward. Press A to move left. Press S to move backward. Press D to move right.
this has changed dramatically. It used to be, now this has definitely changed. It used to be dropped right into the middle of a mission where the planet was being invaded.
Contacts have a distinctive icon above their heads. To talk with a contact, first move near the contact and then do one of the following. Press the F key, or move your mouse cursor over the contact and press the right mouse button. Press the associated interact button on the bottom center of the screen.
Pleased to meet you. It's always exciting to meet new heroes like
The voices are much better too.
Defender from the
They're always
Champions
improving
would
this.
be a good candidate to help with our new training program. Let's get started, shall we?
This is very, very interesting. It's very different from the original approaches. So I'm walking into this new as you are. Aha, invasion simulation.
We'd like you to help test a new training simulation for our Ravenswood Academy students. It's based around the Q-Line invasion of Millennium City that occurred years ago. Talk with Plato, the Ravenswood AI that helps run our school. She can provide more details on the simulation.
Now, this is very, very different. It's a whole new story.
You bet we're Ravenswood students. We're what's called non-traditional students at the Academy. Meaning we've got powers. Heroes of tomorrow. Are you a beamer? Gearhead? Head case? Physique? Strangeling? You certainly aren't a trad stew. In any case, thanks for helping test the simulation. Can't wait to try it myself.
And this is Plato.
Plato interface online. Please let me know if you require assistance. Designation Superhero. Thank you for volunteering to test the Q-Lar invasion simulation MK1.247B. I will be tracking your progress through the tutorial. When you are ready, please proceed to the simulator. The Q-Lar invasion was an alien attack on Millennium City that happened a number of years ago. The villain, known as Dr. Destroyer, triggered a number of alien beacons and summoned a Q-Lar invasion fleet, which proceeded to attack the city.
So now we're getting into the...
All frequencies override. Connection complete.
Attention, calling all heroes. This is Defender with a Priority 1 alert. Millennium City is under attack. I repeat, Millennium City is under attack by a hostile extraterrestrial force, the QR. I'm directing police and Primus troops to fallback positions, but they are outnumbered and outgunned. They won't last long against the advanced alien technology of the QLAR. We need reinforcements fast. I'm reading several new distress signals from the MCPD and EMS units in the south sector of downtown. All available heroes rendezvous with Sergeant McAvoy's team immediately. Help him secure the mayor and any nearby civilians. I repeat, all available heroes rendezvous with Sergeant McAvoy at the following coordinates.
Downloading coordinates now.
Once we have the civilians out of harm's way, we'll regroup at Champions HQ and take the fight back to the QLAR. Good luck, heroes. Defender out.
Okay. Now, first of all, keep in mind that I've got the graphics way down low for the sake of... Now, he's got this nice little air thing in the direction of your mission, which is so special. For some reason, right-clicking doesn't seem to... probably gotta...
Thank goodness you're here. You arrived just in time. The QLAR have turned Millennium City into a war zone. We need your help. I'm glad you're here. Any assistance you can give will be greatly appreciated. QLAR attack ships have been flying over the city, dropping scores of seed pods. Wherever these pods take root, they grow into hives that can produce firebugs. The officers have gathered up as many of these pods as they can find, and are preparing to destroy them. Could you assist them? I'm glad you're here. Any
Press the tab key to select the nearest enemy target. Pressing this power 4 times will cycle to all the enemy targets. The power will activate as soon as you are in range of your target.
Very basic.
excellent work. Preventing the QLAR from taking root in the city will make it that much easier to stop this invasion.
Yeah. They've apparently fixed a lot of glitches that were bothersome in the earlier stages of this, because among other things, voices would not play properly on this thing.
I'm glad you're here. Any assistance you can give will be greatly appreciated. Thank you again for yours. I'm glad you're here. Any assistance you can give will be...
Okay, that would be rapidly getting annoying. You're very welcome. Shut up. Okay, let me see. I want to see if I can. I want to adjust the hideouts. Oh, you get hideouts. Forgot about that. It's really cool. You can you can design your own. Report a bug. View my tickets. It's not what I was looking for. And this is your... Ouch! Dang, burned, stung myself with something. Gives all your stats, your equipment, your costume, your auras. Yeah, you get auras. You see, like, cloud of energy or little sparkles or whatever that you can, special effects. Let's see here. This is your power set. Gives you a breakdown of your powers, which power you have, attributes, so on and so forth. It also gives you mission, this is your mission breakdown. This is Your social network. This is so you queue up for PvP in it. World map. World map. Here we go. This is your world map. Yay! How exciting. Game support. Hideouts. Mail. Gear. Okay, people contacts. Controls your map. Your champions. Overview, inventory powers, missions. Options. Here we go. Video. Okay. Let's. Shadows, max lights per object. Yeah, we'll turn it up just a little bit here. Turn everything up to 100%. If it becomes a problem, we'll just and here's there.
Well, I sure am glad to see you. I've heard some good things about you. The Millennium City is in sore need of some heroes right now. My administration will not stand for aliens attacking Millennium. When the QLAR attack began, I set up a command post in the Sampson building. But the initial assault gutted the building and drove everyone outside into the streets. When we fled the building, I left behind my laptop and briefed them. My administration will
Yeah, we're just gonna skip over his lecture here. There is a lot of fiddly diddly settings in this.
Hero points are displayed as stars at the bottom of your hero's portrait. The more you have, the more effective your hero is in combat.
Whoop, QLAR. Oh, forgot some other things here. These are some boosters and stuff. Healing device, heroic Monty's resource. I'll just consume these here. There is a lot of, there is also, there's a costume, all sorts of little trinkets and doodads in here that, the name of the game. This is seriously customization. Even with the highly limited stuff you get. Even in the silver mode, there's all sorts of additions, add-ons, so on and so forth, to add something novel.
Moving a flashing interactive object. Press the F key or click the interact button and then wait for the progress bar to fill.
These little floaty things, bonus points. And you can see on the map. You see on your map. You see the your goals are out. It's a lot friendlier than the one in World of Warcraft or WildStar because it tells you where everything is. Now, as I recall, there was a damsel in distress out here. I guess she's not here today. That's another thing that's changed. Now, your first power here, your first power is Power Builder. That's the one you use to build up energy. Once you build some energy, you can use that energy to fire your other powers. For instance, he's got Clobber here, which is an energy builder. It adds up. Every time he punches something, it builds up a little energy, which you can then use on his next power, which is, in this case, Defensive Combo.
Many thanks. My administration will not stand. I have information Chief Surhoff needs to see ASAP. These photos show the QLAR massing for an assault on his position. The QLAR are jamming our communications, so I need someone to deliver them. My administration will...
Compared to the original way this played, it's definitely different.
The mission heading indicator is a directional arrow that will guide you to your primary mission. You can set any mission as a primary mission by clicking the number in the mission tracker or from the
Now
mission
check this out. You can pick up stuff.
selecting a mission and pressing the Make Primary button.
If you can't pick it up, it won't let you. But pick up wooden barricade. Now, I have a wooden barricade. You have to get a bit stronger as time goes on, but eventually you're able to pick up cars and if your hero is strength, they can pick up eventually can pick up cars, trucks. Check it out. I can throw it. Doesn't do much, but it's gratifying. I can hit things with it. Womp, 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 womp. Little floaty bubbles. The typical
talk about cutting
Transport
close.
your hero to the nearest respawn point.
Our ability to fight the Q-Lar is being hampered by civilians trapped near this area. As long as citizens are mixed in with the bugs, the Mark.
There's our next mission. Clayton Griswold. Everybody remember Vacation?
I'm really worried I might miss my flight to Canada. Do you think the invasion may have delayed the plane? I have some EMT training, and I've done all I can for the injured we have here. But I'm afraid some of them aren't gonna make it without additional treatment. I'm really worried I might miss my flight.
Oh yeah, they definitely changed the map here. There used to be little pathways you'd go up through here. Well, I could go on all day about all these things.
Survive this alien invasion. I'm gonna move to the countryside and raise goats.
You'll get all sorts of little humorous references and asides, and if you pay attention, it's hysterical sometimes. Let's see here. What's this? Pick up mailbox. Yay, pick up mailbox. Now, hit a QR with it.
Press F when you're a silver exclamation point to pick up an item or object on the ground.
Oh yeah, they definitely changed a lot here. There used to be some side missions over here where you rescued a kitty cat, of all things. You can even rope street lamps. Yay. And we take this, and we throw it. One of the things that these games are really missing, the artificial intelligence, that runs the artificial intelligence runs the NPCs needs a will to live algorithm. Because I don't know, you're this 6 foot tall, 500-pound palooka wielding a street lamp. You charge them, and they run straight at you.
Excellent. The Mark.
Gaining a level is an opportunity to improve your hero. To buy new powers or customize existing ones, make sure to visit a powerhouse trainer.
As rough as things are here, it gets worse the closer you get to the Champions building.
I'm really worried I might miss my flight to Canada.
Countryside and raise goats.
You used for a while there that you were able to train up in the field. Apparently, you can't do that anymore. You have to go to one of the training centers. As soon as we get done with this go to the training center and we'll show you. Yay! It'll be so exciting. Yeah, you can scoop up little temporary energy boosters.
Find additional missions by exploring. If a starburst appears behind the quiet computer button, it is alerting you to an available mission in the area.
Oh yeah, this is. Hold on a second here. Let me take care of this guy, and I'll show you. This is awesome. This, just a second here. Come on, drop already. Yeah, all right. Now this here is Foxbat. Picture a cross between the old '60s. He's basically comic relief. He's a villain. He breaks the fourth wall constantly, and he's a lot like the Adam West Batman in personality.
Hey, does anybody know a cheat code to port me to a zone where I'm not trapped by falling debris?
Let's see here. Talk to Foxbat. Ah. Foxbat's miscase. This is a limited use thing. It's one of Foxbat's weird guns. Foxbat's thing is that he uses a ping pong ball gun. Which does all sorts of different weird things. Or at least it used to. Now it just seems to knock on their keister. Oh, 3 whole shots. That was really... thanks a lot, Foxbat. That was, a real lifesaver right there. With no use whatsoever. Alright. Oh, here they come. Oh, we've already gone up to level 4 just going through the training. Of course, that's the usual breakdown. Usually by level 5, by the time we get out of the training section.
You're a sight for sore eyes. We're getting hit from both sides. Get out there and kick those Kular back to whatever galaxy. Dr. Silverback detected strange alien energy waves in the city that are driving some of the Kular insane. We need to find the source. The Kular have antenna arrays that are more sensitive to the waves than our own equipment. Take these scanners in and activate them near 2 of the Kular antennae. The drones will tap into their data and allow us to pinpoint the source of the energy. I Scott, get out there and kick those Kular back.
Okay.
Equipped devices are activated by clicking their icon or pressing the associated key. Control 1 through 5 by
These here. You start with, they give you they give you like 5 bottles of heroic resonance that lets you reboot. Of course, if you use any one of these, all of them go into download. So there you go. Reboot, whatever you want to call it. Like I said, this game in particular, it gives you a real feel of impact. It's like when you hit something, you feel like you've hit something. A lot of games have that problem. You pull out your Mega Zorcho blaster and it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't feel like you've really done anything. But when you get up into the higher levels, you get several powers with knockback in the tank archetype. You will punch a group of people and they will go flying up in the air, and then like 2 to 3 seconds later they'll land down, they'll plummet out of the sky way over there. You definitely feel like your hero is powerful. That's one of the things that City of Heroes really lacked. You didn't feel like your hero was powerful. I mean, you'd start out, your superhero is invulnerability and super strength, and he'd get beaten into a hospitalized coma by a couple of purse snatchers. I just wanted to smack whoever decided that was a great idea. It was just terrible. Utterly unplayable that way. Now, there used to be a mission here to rescue the local superhero Speedster. Don't know if he's still here or not. We're about to find out. Nope, guess not. Yeah, the hero would be right here in a cage, waiting for a rescue.
Salutations, my esteemed compatriot. Connect the drone controller to the rocket pod, and the data will download automatically. Interesting. This data pattern looks very familiar. Do be careful. These cubes, I believe the signal that summoned this invasion fleet is coming from inside the Champions building. But simply turning it, do be careful. These Kular are not...
Okay, now you also have these things that call...
Open missions are missions tied to a specific location or event. You may join or leave the mission at any time simply by entering or exiting the mission area. Completing an open mission grants rewards.
defeat the QLR invaders, first of all. I'm trying to collect these. Whoa, what the heck? Apparently I can alter the proportions. Didn't know that. Oh, come on, I'm trying to work here. Come on, get out of my way. You annoying. I'm trying to pick up a box here. The thing is, now, originally you had Ironclad, one of the champions, one of the big heroes, running around in here. I don't see any of the, uh, I mean, the original, the original story. I mean, Ironclad. Picture Thor crossed with the Hulk. Bombastic doesn't begin to describe it.
You may receive a reward based on your contribution.
Yep, that you can.
The cannon is completed? Great! The Kular have been fighting hard to get inside the Champions building. Kinetic, you must prevent any more Kular from entering the headquarters.
Power button on my power tray, on my mini map. Okay.
Dr. Silverback analyzed the data you must prevent any more Kular from entering the...
Okay, let's see here. Okay, there's a power button here. That's right, there's Socrates Social. Ah.
Success inside the Champions building means the defeat of the Kular invasion. Once the Kular are defeated, you will be unable to complete or turn in any missions that take place during the invasion. If you have unfinished missions you wish to
Now it used to be you could level well, just got to finish this last part of the mission and then you get to level up your character. Here we go. interesting little trivia. This game, you know, the city uh, is actually supposed to be Detroit. It's supposed to be that a villain named
Over here. We don't have much time. Black Talon and his destroyed minions are behind the Kular attack on Millennium City. The Kular are just pawns. Black Talon used some sort of technology to provoke the Kular to attack.
Anyway, Dr. Destroyer,
Black Talon is our adversary. He's a servant of Dr. Destroyer. And if we don't bring him down quickly, he'll lay waste to all Millennium City. Block!
Dr. Destroyer built this Black Talon armor for one reason and one reason only. To kill superheroes like you.
I'll hold off the reinforcements. You're going to have to defeat Black Talon on your own.
as I was saying, Dr. Destroyer, you know, the game's ultimate supervillain.
You've shown great bravery today, my friend. We need to shut down all those beacons. They broadcast a high-frequency signal which drives the Kular crazy. That's what caused them to attack.
Basically leveled the city, and Millennium City was built on top of what was left of Detroit. He was apparently killed, but now,
The beacons are down. Let's launch Ironclad and hope he's able to bring down the Kular mothership. This door leads to the defense control room. Go for it. Launch the Ironclad defense.
Seal the shell. We don't have much time.
Ironclad's hypervelocity shell easily penetrated both the shield and the mothership's armor. The destruction of the mothership sent the Kular into confusion. The surviving aliens fled.
now. Anyway, the villain Dr. Destroyer, he nearly destroyed much of the folklore of the game is built around Dr. Destroyer.
Simulation pending. Plato interface online. Please admit designation superhero. Thank you for your help in testing the Kular invasion simulation MK1.247B. Your data has been uploaded to the Ravenswood Academy databank for processing. Headmistress Rowan would like to speak to you before you leave.
I monitored your progress through the Kula invasion simulation. Very impressive. Thank you again for helping test this scenario. This will be a valuable training exercise for the Ravenswood Academy students. The Powerhouse is a special training facility for heroes and is what made the Kula invasion simulation possible. Head to the main lobby and speak with one of the trainers. They will show you how to unlock your hidden potential and make sure you are properly equipped.
Okay, now what we do over here, so we go over here, speak to one of these trainers, and train up. Of course, this is, since it's a silver account, which is free, most of your options are very limited. And, okay, also received Mighty Leap. And of course, you get several different powers. Now, if you get a paid account, you get, metric ton of different options here. Different ways to fly, teleport, super jump. You can use a jetpack or rocket boots or rainbow flight, or you can ride on a cloud, tornado, or an aura of your energy. All sorts of things. You even got a magic carpet. Retractable wings. You can turn into a cloud of bats or bugs. You can tunnel underground. It's just all sorts of that, and that's even with the free stuff. With a paid account, you get even crazier options. There's vehicles and see, do they have the swinging on a line thing? Yeah. You could also have super acrobatics and super speed and heroic flight, bad flight. Oh well, you don't get the cable swinging. You used to be able to swing on a cable like Batman. That used to be one of the baseline traveling powers. But apparently they removed that. I'm not seeing it here, but we'll go with flight. Frankly, flight is the basic 2. Okay, and you see, there's a rainbow flight right there. It looks real impressive. Okay, let's see what else is there. This is where you can get your auras. If I've been playing, I've had this game account for a long time, so I get a free aura. Free legacy aura. As you can see here, she's got different energy auras. Earth 4. That's the ice form aura she's got on right now. This is what that one's called, id mastery. And that sparkly thing is invulnerability, kinetic energy. Aura forms, ego forms, fiery forms, ice forms. Let's try ego form. And okay, let's see here. That's my legacy aura. And here's my auras. Always on. And I can change the color too. And if you want to buy a new costume, you can go in here, right, and buy a new one. As you can see, he's now got this nice glow around him. Okay. Yep. Let's see. Let me check this here. Now I could also have a free aura token. There's a training area. See, these are all different areas where you can test out new powers after installing them. Camp wandered off there. Okay, you get different areas here, areas we can test out your different strengths and muscles. Yeah, here, let's see here. Let me show you what the, there's my target now. Super leap. Hey, boom. In your face. Your mama. Gives you a general idea of what they can do. Okay, let's see here. Let's get back out to the main lobby here. Get out into the city. Let's fly. Up, up and away. It gives you a breakdown and gets you the start. And now you're out in Millennium City. Millennium City, a city of heroes, a shining example for the future. Let's see. This thing, it basically does everything that...
Millennium City, a gleaming city of the future. A triumph of human engineering and a testament to the human imagination. But behind the beauty, there is tragedy. Ours is a city built upon the ashes of catastrophe. When the maniac known as Dr. Destroyer brought down the city that stood here before, cutting short the lives of thousands. To this day, there are those who live in fear that Dr. Destroyer will rise again to threaten this great city. Some even say he already has returned, that Destroyer was responsible for the recent Kular invasion, and now he's producing an army of robots from a facility hidden somewhere within city limits, and that another savage attack on Millennium City could come at any time. I am here to make sure that does not happen. My name is Defender. I am the leader of the Champions, the world's most powerful super team. This is my town, and it's my duty to protect it. But if you're willing to lend a hand, I would be honored to accept your assistance.
You see the demos here. You see these little logos, or it tells you what kind of hero they are. Gives them a name. I need to shut it off. I used to have the option shut down so you didn't have to see all those little logos everywhere. I'm not gonna fish through there. This is Bender.
Good to see you. Trouble is brewing in Westside, and we could use your help.
Yeah, you can be just about any kind of superhero you can imagine with this. A magical superhero, robot superhero, alien, even a furry. What the heck is she? Oh crap! How the heck did Grand get here? Looks like Grand got his butt kicked. Yeah, there's a lot of the screen is shaking a bit. That means that the tremor feature is still active. Let's see here. Now I should have some odds and ends here. Normally they give you some boosters to start out. They usually give you some boosters to start. This is your little equipment slot right here, where you could put in, like, it's basically your armor and stuff. And these here are slots for various items as well. These are your bags for holding stuff, currencies. It is a very detailed city. You can get vehicles over too. Here's your vehicle place. For some reason, I'm having a little trouble controlling my flight here. Oh, what the heck? I'm stuck. Oh, that's good. I managed to find one place in the whole darn game. There we go. These vehicles, they are playable. They're you can ride them into battle. They do carry weapons and extra features, and they come in all designs. Everything from super futuristic chariot, these flying motorcycles. Of course, you have to earn a ton of points to get them, or buy a bunch of points in the online store. Yeah, this is the center of Millennium City. Let me control on the flight controls are a little wonky. I think I need to reset them. I have no idea why he is continually ascending. I can't stop him. This has been a while since I played it. The controls are a little off. The bank over here. The auction exchange here. And one of these buildings is for and like many games, there are mods of fusion you can make. Basically, crafting for the superhero set. And this is where you can spend your recognition. You know, as you work as a superhero, you get points. You know, since you don't get, you know, you're a hero, you're not supposed to get paid, but you get recognition points, which you can turn in for equipment, gear, costumes, so on and so forth. Whee! Boom. Well, there are a dozen regions. There's a Canadian area, frozen north area actually is, and there's a jungle island full of monsters. There's an underwater city. There's an Atlantis, basically an Atlantis scenario, and well, you get the idea. All sorts of little worlds that you can play. Well, made a few updates and changes. Check this out. Check this dude out. It's Barney the Badass. Look at this. I love you, you love me. Boot to the head. Yeah. They've obviously made a lot of changes and a lot of modifications. A lot of additions to the game. I'm going to have to go sifting through the control settings to see what needs fixed, so I don't go soaring into the ceiling every time I take off. Check it out. See what I was saying? There's a guy who's picked up a truck. Don't know what he would do with it just now. They've got a transparent body form. Look at that. Now I'm impressed. I had no idea they had that. Actually, they got a werewolf body form. Yeah, they got all sorts of shiny new toys. Okay, let's go ahead and quit for now. Turn that off. Yeah, that is Champions Online, free for all mode. You can play the game for free, silver mode. There are a lot of added features that you have to pay. It's $14 a month, $15 a month for a gold account, but a silver account still has a lot of shiny toys to play with. Anyhow, I think the next time we play, I'll show you around the back lots of this one game called Torchlight. It's a dungeon delve game. It's not as diverse. You know, it's not exactly a MMORPG, but it's quite fun. We'll talk about that next time. But turning that off. Close. Turn it off. Exit. Yes. Excuse me. Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm not good at it. Okay, there's a new ouch. There's a new nip and tuck strip up. Got a new strip up. Got the, Oh, who was it that, I forget who it was. Uh, Drat, Gmail, let me look up the mail, see if I can figure out who it was. Yes, I believe it was Gordon Jones. No, it was not Gordon Jones. No, it was not Gordon Jones. It was for the Fox character Hilda to have another appearance. That will be going up in a couple of days. I may just go ahead and hopefully on. I'm posting it now. I'm posting now. I'm a cartoonist. I'm allowed to do that kind of thing. Out of scenes. New post. I forgot to add anything. And add media. Upload file. Select file. Oh, did I select? I bet you I forgot to. Oh, darn it. Naming things. Okay, 966 open. Okay. Now I've played. It's been a long time since I've played Champions Online. Basically, because time concerns. Don't have enough time to spend on Morppager on more than one long-term role-playing game. I don't have time for that. And but it's been a while. And it looks like they've changed up quite a few things. They've put it through a few different paces. Now, they've apparently introduced the idea of a superhero academy into the storyline. Made a few other changes in play and in structure, but one of the things that well, this is a problem that faces all of the Morpagers. They all have the same fundamental problem: is that they're trying to imitate the flexibility of actual role playing with an artificially programmed preset world. One where the missions reset themselves over and over. They never change unless you have to do a major overhaul to change any of the story outcomes or plot lines. And this is why their character creation is so flexible, is because the only real change you can make to the story is to introduce a different protagonist. You can go through it the first time as a Iron Man knockoff, with armor and lasers and missiles and everything else. But then you can go back through and play it again as a speedster. But the difference rapidly disappears with repeated playing. The uh, the protagonists, the players, can only be so flexible. Unfortunately, with a pre-scripted path, you're going to have that problem. Now, there's no way around it. The only way that they avoid the problem largely is that game designers resort to making a huge game and stuffing it full of people and hoping that nobody notices for at least a few years that everything is dull and repetitive. And my train of thought just completely derailed. Gone. Now, I'd like to know what you think of the idea of doing a Let's Play segment. Well, somebody, this was inspired by the fact somebody sent me a free copy, a free token to download a free copy of Undertale, and played it a little bit for all you funky home viewers. Sorry, dropped my headphones. My. Tell me, what do you think of the idea of the Let's Play segment? Is it interesting? Oh, it's free play mode. That's the silver subscription. That's free play. Champions Online. The difference is, as I said before, in silver play, in silver account, it's free to play, but you don't have, your character creation isn't as flexible. You only have certain archetypes that you can play. There's quite a few of them. And you can't mix and match powers. You can't really make your character. If you want to make, you can make a fire character or an ice character, for example, in silver. But if you wanted to make a superhero who has a combo of those two powers, forget it. You have to get a gold account for that level of play. And there are other little features that the gold standard account gets that the silver doesn't. But that's the main one, really. The main difference. Character design. I've noticed this before too. One of the things they need to add is a will to live subroutine for these NPCs. I mean, I've played this thing with like a hulking superhero. He super strength all the way, and I've had like angry mutants jump him, and he turns around and punches, and he uses a room sweeper punch, and boom, and they will literally soar up into the air out of the screen, arc down, and you'll see them. You'll see the mob of attackers that are trying to jump you just sort of make a little dust clouds in the distance, and they will hop right back up to their feet and run straight at you. It doesn't matter if they're berserker radioactive mutants, zombies, or even Joe Average out on the, Joe Average crook that you stopped from robbing a bank. They will attack you. And the sheer amount of ridiculousness. And I lost my train of thought again. We were just doing the free play mode. Anyway, uh, it's a lot of fun. You get a little bit of railroading, but that's to be expected. Uh, I've harped on this before. I can think of ways that they could improve gameplay in these game worlds, as if they almost stumbled across it before introducing villains. And what I mean is, they came up with City of Heroes, and then later on they came up with City of Villains. And the thing of it was is that despite the fact that we're both played on the same machine, they never crossed over. I'm getting very sleepy, and I'm trying to stay awake here. Uh, uh, I would just like your general thought. What do you think? Do you think that the Let's Play segment would be a good addition? Get a little more interest, a little more entertainment. What do you think? Because there are plenty of freebie games out there we could crank through this, and it's always such a pain trying to find. You go out there and they got, oh, you got this for free, you got this and that and this and that and this, and you got limited time, and you don't want to spend your time on games that suck. Now, I'll say this much: Undertale. I've only played the training session. I haven't even gotten him out of the maze yet, and it's really not my thing. It's cute because I already know what the objective is. The real objective, as opposed to simply winning the game. The real objective is to be able to play the whole game without committing any actual act of violence. Play it in pacifist mode rather, and mm, come on, give me a little talkie here. I don't have a platform. I don't have a console for console games. All I've got is a DVD uh, drawer for, but I do have access to things, all the little popular online games and even the Facebook games and. Mm, mm, oh, really? Come on, tell me something. Tell me did you like it? Did you hate it? Do you want to see more of it? Do you want to see less of it? Say something. Say anything. Okay, it is closing on 9:14. I am drowsing off. Got a couple of strips done. Did our play-by-play for the games. I'm thinking maybe some music reviews, other things I'll throw into the videos as well. Really, we got to dig around. No, I have not tried to re-estimate when the probability bomb will be done. Because my estimates have been grossly off. I am just going to continue plugging at it until I get it done. Now, let's see. Currently, where'd the page go? Where'd it go? If I don't go boom, can't find it. Can't find it. Actually, I have a current page and some text, come to think of it. Work on that on the next show. Pull that up. Get started. Ooh, oh, that was nasty. But I'm not even going to try and estimate. I have introduced dozens of cameo characters, and I've still got a ton more to do, and several more that need to make recurring appearances, and I'm contemplating maybe doing the character gallery first and giving that out early. Make a book of it. You do all the character sketches in advance, make a book of them, and send those out to there are people that subscribe. They're supposed to get a copy of the book. Get them the art gallery of the book first, and send that out. To make as compensation for them having to wait so long for the complete book, that they should the art gallery at least first. It would mean that instead of being all one big book, it would be two smaller books. But they would still get all the same content. They would still be, in covers and everything else. It's just a thought. I'm thinking that over. It's. I would rather get I would like to be able to get to them what I already have done, so that they can enjoy it while they wait for the rest of it to get done. Because they've waited so long. Yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of making the character gallery a separate book to send out early. I haven't made that official yet, but making a note to start scratching it together. I'm trying to think and nothing's happening. And I lost my train of thought again. I swear, my mind. I shouldn't let my mind wander. It's too little to be out on its own. Yeah. Thank you for inspiring me there, Amiga Dragon. That's probably the first good idea I've had in weeks. It really is. It's kind of tragic. Oh, Jam. Yeah. But let's see. Yeah, I'll finish up one more of these strips here. There's a new. I just posted a new strip in Nip and Tuck. Come on, open, computer, open, open. Oh, please do not tell me I erased that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Trying to get some more inking done on this one. Meh. Well, Jam, I'm not talking about the one I posted for you. I posted another one for with Hilda. You know, the bubblegum blowing vixen. Uh, I literally posted that like a few minutes ago. No, I'm taking it personally. You know, I really am taking it personally that people are got somebody hating on Zelda. Yeah, I wish I knew why. I wish I knew why that bothers me so much. What gets me is his main beef is that let's see. First of all, the main beef is that he doesn't think that that he wants he thinks Netflix thinks that Zelda is too mean, and that she basically she basically doesn't deserve Nip, and because she got Nip on rebound or something because he was so insecure, and he wanted Nip to get together with the mouse girl from Pop's Auto. And I'm like, are you paying attention? You think that Zelda is mean, but you want him to get together with the nastiest tempered girl in Pop's Auto. Janine, the mouse, she has a yeah. I mean, she got a mean streak. And she's supposed to. She's got a cruel streak. It's the largest part of the reason that she's single. This is kind of a sad stereotype. All three of them. Sasha is the mouse. Sorry. Uh, uh, I keep getting Sasha and Janine's names mixed up. The squirrel. Uh, the squirrel girl. She Pop Auto girl is sort of a uh, it's sort of a sanctuary. Uh, while he gives the girls that work for Otto, it gives them a lot of opportunity. It gives them money. It gives them a leg up. It gives them uh, skill. They get skills there. They get a good paycheck. But it's also something of a sanctuary for them. We'll be honest here. The backcountry folk, the kinds that you find in like Lincoln County, they're still in the marry 'em off mentality. Their objective is to dump them off on dump a guy off on them or dump them off on a guy at as early an age as possible to get him out of the house. And the girls that live in that area, in those areas, I lived in Lincoln County in back hills, West Virginia. So far back in the hills that the sun set between the house and the road. That kind of backcountry. Uh, but the women out there, they have a very sad tendency. My father observed this. He's a minister out there, and the women he talked to, the women in the church, uh, uh, marriages and divorces and remarriages and men and women shacking up together without a marriage at all. And it was just really sad. It really was. It really, really was. Because they just simply they would settle for whatever they could get. And we're just sad pickings. Let's put it that way. And Pop's Autos is sort of a sanctuary for girls that can't, won't, or don't want to get shuffled off down a marriage chapel aisle. At the drop of a hat. Got three different stereotypes there. Janine, the squirrel, she is the oldest of the three. And in many in the back countries, you get married at like 18 if you can get them to wait that long. She's in her mid 20s. And she's already considered halfway to being a spinster. This isn't unique to this area. I mean, in Japan, a woman who is over 25 is called a Christmas cake. An unmarried woman over 25 is called a Christmas cake because after a Christmas cake after the 25th, nobody wants it. And she's you got three stereotypes. You got uh, BB, who is settling. She nearly ended up married to Gus Guthrie, the county louse, and ended up grabbing the first upwardly mobile guy who looked at her. And you had Janine, who is a Christmas cake. And you have Sasha, the mouse, who is just too mean for the wedding chapel. She would be a fishwife if she got married. She would. She's got a I haven't really explored why. She's so snappish and sharp with people. But she's not got the kind of personality conducive to a relationship. And the reason that Otto hires these girls, he's a sharp guy. He's not only he knows that pretty girls attract customers, but he also knows that he gives them putting them together, uh, saying, "Hey, these are desirable young women." And look, they can fix cars too. He's boosting their self-esteem, really, saying that they're girls worth having. And ain't you darned lucky if they give you the time of day? Oh yeah, she got stuck in that revolving door with it. Yeah, but did you get a look at her face? I think you kind of missed the fact that she was enjoying giving him a nervous breakdown. Like I said, she's got a mean streak. She's one of these people that at some point, uh, you know, at some point she got hurt, or maybe she's had a long lifetime of little hurts building up, and so she's reached a point where she uh, lashes out at other people to hurt them first. Ironically, she's what you would call prickly. She's a porcupine. She's more of a porcupine than Zelda is. Now, if I'd have taken time, you know, uh, fleshing out Zelda earlier, you probably would have gotten the difference a lot earlier, a lot sooner if I wouldn't have to spell it out so much. Is that the reason Sasha is so prickly is because she's been hurt before and she wants to keep everybody at a distance, and she jab them first before she gets jabbed. It's given her a bit of a mean streak. But in Zelda's case, the reason she uh, uh, she's a lot like Fluttershy in a particular way. Fluttershy, if you ever watched the show, My Little Pony, if you watch Fluttershy, you'll notice that whenever Fluttershy stops being shy and timid, she draws blood. Uh, she lost her temper at that dragon. She made that dragon cry just by scolding it. In when she was taking Iron Will's self confidence course, uh, uh, and and her friends tried to talk to her when she ripped them up one side and down the other. And she had to have been thinking those things. She told Rarity and she just ripped them up one side and down the other. Basically, told Rarity and Pinkie Pie they both were devoting their entire lives to the most useless things possible. And she reduced them to tears. Fluttershy, uh, the thing that Fluttershy is most afraid of, though it's never really said out loud, anybody could pick up on it. She's afraid of prickly people are prickly aggressive people are afraid of being hurt. People like Fluttershy are afraid of hurting others. Because there's a part of them that says, "Oh no, I can't do this. I'll screw it up. I'll open my mouth and I'll make them mad at me. I'll make them unhappy. I'll hurt them in some way." There's a balance between the two. There's a mix. It's a measure of ratio from one end of the scale to the other. But that Zelda is further out on the Fluttershy end of the scale. she has spent her entire life me continue, never, don't say if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And she's got low, she had a few obvious self-esteem issues, but uh, she on some level she had to have known that if she ever openly spoke her mind, she'd be like a bull in a china shop. And that's why it took her being behind a microphone to get her to come out of her shell. Oh, it's burning. Oh, oh, ate the last little bit of that barbecue and hit a pepper. What myth disproved by Mythbusters? What myth are you talking about? What myth? Repeat yourself, Jam. What myth was disproved by Mythbusters? A bull in a china shop. No, I'm sorry, they're wrong. I've seen footage. I remember when the TV show uh, Real People, or actually no, it was the TV show You Asked for It. They took a china shop and they let a bull loose in it, and the bull wandered around the aisles for a little while, about 5-10 minutes without knocking anything over. Then eventually, its horn caught a shelf. Crunch, 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 smashity, smashity, and within 30 minutes there wasn't an unbroken thing left. So yeah, bull in a china shop. Everybody wanted me to update my fan fictions too. Everybody, oh boy. Folks, I'm glad everybody loves my fan fictions. I really am, but I do it for fun. And if I have to, and if I reach a point where it becomes another job, that's just gonna kill it. Okay, if I reach that point, no, it's a bad way to go. I learned an interesting bit of trivia. You know the anime Kill La Kill, or otherwise known as the uh, uh, ultimate fan service. You know, it's the anime for people too chicken to buy porn. Kill La Kill. Uh, just as close to naked as they can get, the girls. You know, fan service. It's like the magnum opus of fan service. But Kill La Kill. You think that the name means absolute that it's just gibberish, right? Uh, what most people are is that this paints a lot of the titles, the weird sounding titles I've read in Japanese anime, paints it in a different light. Kill La Kill. It's an American. It's a corruption. It's an Anglicanization of Kiru. Kiru, Kiru is how they spell it. La Kiru. Those two manga symbols is those two Japanese symbols. Kiru. And what it is that it is the kanji for Kiru can mean either to wear or to cut. Now, if you know anything about Kill La Kill, it's set in this world where they have these this magic, this supernatural fabric that gives that when it's made into certain types of uniforms, it gives the wearer superhuman powers, but it does so by living off their blood. And there's this huge, massive conspiracy about it. And the heroine has a costume, a living costume, a uniform that gives her superpowers by feeding off her blood. She also has a weapon which is basically one half of a giant pair of scissors. So the Kiru, La Kiru, it means to cut or to wear, or to cut, which is two of the running themes throughout the anime. I'm like, oh, that's clever. And apparently, a massive number of the gags and visual effects in Kill La Kill are actually puns in Japan, in Japanese. And they machine gun them at the audience. And unless you speak Japanese, you are not going to pick up on these references. That's why, and this is part of the reason that so much Japanese anime is so incomprehensible to Americans, because many of the references are to subtleties in their own language, puns, literally, in the Japanese language. Uh, Same with Fooly Cooly. Uh, that anime is just like a crack addict trip. It's like, okay, who handed out the magic mushrooms to the animators? But if you know anime and you know Japanese culture, pop culture especially, uh, it's nearly all incomprehensible. It's references. references that would be as obvious to a Japanese viewer as, Bugs Bunny and his carrot, or the Roadrunner and anvils and, dynamite and and big round cartoon bombs. You know, the cliches of Western animation and cartoons. It's just really It's just interesting. I don't know that. I don't know that any animation or any anime is worth having to spend a lifetime studying another language and another culture just to understand it, though. Uh, uh, I saw Fully Cooley on TV years ago, and I was like, this is not worth it. This is not worth trying to make sense of. I've said this before. Most people watch Bugs Bunny and the Roadrunner, the old cartoons. You don't realize how many of the gags on Bugs Bunny, especially the older Bugs Bunny's cartoons, are actually references, pop culture references. In fact, Bugs Bunny and his carrot is a cultural reference. You see, uh, the whole thing about rabbits liking carrots, that originated entirely with Bugs Bunny. That was Bugs Bunny. It was all him. Everybody knew that rabbits like vegetables, but before Bugs Bunny, nobody automatically associated carrots with rabbits before Bugs Bunny. What it is that Bugs Bunny's voice is, it was supposed to be an imitation of Clark Gable. Yeah, and now there was a movie, a very popular movie, back when Clark Gable was big, where Clark Gable, in one scene, he's standing out in the middle of a field, and he yanks a carrot out of the ground and starts eating it raw. He's just sitting there gnawing away at it. And Bugs Bunny wasn't just, he wasn't imitating a normal rabbit. He was imitating Clark Gable. And but after Clark Gable's time came and went, nobody gets the reference anymore. Nobody got the reference. Nobody knew that this was supposed to be a gag reference, that Bugs Bunny was supposed to be imitating Clark Gable. So everybody began to associate. Why does he eat so many carrots? Oh, it's because he's a rabbit, and that bit of cultural uh, common wisdom, quote unquote, took off, and it has been that way since like the 1930s. That people think that rabbits are carrotaholics. And the thing of it is that rabbits don't really like carrots. Oh, they'll eat them, but it's not really good for them. You see, rabbits don't eat roots. They're browsers. They eat leaves and stems. Give them like some cabbage, and they'll go for it. But rabbits are not in. They're browsers. They don't do carrots particularly. In the same way that mice will eat cheese, but that's because they're hungry all the time. They prefer sweets. And in fact, they're not particularly eager for cheese. Uh, I mean, you lived in rodent-infested London during the Industrial Revolution. You opened up your storehouse and saw mice scurrying everywhere, and you drew the obvious conclusion that the mice there were, the mice had sneaked in for the cheese. No, actually, the mice sneaked in for the grain, but all they found was cheese. There's just an endless stream of cultural callbacks that have become misconceptions over the years and over the decades. It bears, it's just interesting to learn about. And it gives you a whole new perspective on things you thought you understood. Some of the more subtler lessons of the Bible, especially in the Gospels, were lost due to cultural drift. I mentioned this before. Uh, so, some of the aspects of lessons that people think they understand, they don't at all, because they don't understand or know about the culture or the people to whom these lessons were being given. A certain incapacity for taking into account those things. Much of the culture of the 20th century is going to be absolutely incomprehensible, untranslatable even, to people in the 22nd century. Just for that reason. Ask somebody what 23 skidoo means. Shoot. work on this tomorrow. Oh, for those, just in case you were wondering, if you look on my homepage or you look on my channel, up on the right-hand corner, in the banner, there is a PayPal donation button. There's a little, little coffee can there for, if you get the yen to make a donation to the arts, you can, click on that and toss in a coin or whatever. Big hint! Big freaking hint! Hint, hint! Hint, 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 hint! Hint! But, well, Jam, that's why most of my preliminary sketches don't make sense to anybody but me. Sometimes because they don't have hardly any details, sometimes because they have too much. But, okay, it is 10, it's after 10, it's 10 o'clock, it's time for this monkey to go. So I will see you all later. I'll see you tomorrow. Pick up where we left off. You'll have a nice day. Have a nice night, rather. And take care of yourselves. Well, if you're in Australia, have a nice day. But say a prayer for me. Say several of them, please. It's getting near the end of the month. Things are getting kind of stressfully tight, to say the least. Y'all take care and have yourselves a good night. See you tomorrow.